Good evening once again. Hello, this is Aiku Kiku, going live once more. Um, Welcome to live session number 19, October 8th, 2024, 19 EST. Today has been a bit of a chilly day. There has been a bit of a sunny day, bit of a mix between chilly at first and then sunny, but either way, pretty good weather. But yeah, I appreciate you guys for being the first people to visit today's session. So this is gonna be another sketch live session. It's gonna be a little different, which I'll explain in a moment. Let's see. All right. So previously, last Friday, it was mostly an illustration. So last Friday, it was an illustration between the sketch. I'm sorry. It was like a quick warm-up sketch along with an illustration of the character Clover from Undertale. And I figured, just so you guys can see the progress, I'm going to switch over the window very quick so you can see a quick progress. So let me just... There we go. So here is the progress that I've made since I was last live. So I did insert a temporary background. I've actually added some shading. I've added some bit details here and there. There is more details on the prop that he's holding, along with some extra bits, but it's not shown in this version. I'm expecting this to... My goal is sometime this week I should have this done before Thursday, but if not, you should see this posted either this Thursday or next Thursday. It all depends like how busy I am with this, but still, I'm pretty happy with how this is coming along, and there are some elements that I want to fix before the final version, but that's progress I've made for that. All right, so that's from previous. So for today, we're actually going to do a live sketch of a commission for someone. It's actually someone and I met IRL who wants me to draw a character of his. And I think I kind of teased it in the past, but I'll explain more along the way. But I know that I said that commission right now is currently closed at this time. However, this is like the only exception because this is like an IRL friend of mine, and I just want to be nice and decided to help him out. Considering the reason why he wants to commission me is kind of interesting, so I'm gonna explain that during break time. But yeah. It's gonna be a character that I'm gonna be sketching. I don't expect it to be like extremely detailed. I'm not sure, but let's just see how it goes. All right, so that's basically the summary for today. And as always, I'll do the usual first greetings to the people who first showed up. So let's see, we got Any Draymond, Intrusive Banneret, Karma Chameleon 425, and Shirley Vega. Thank you for being the first visitors for today's live session, and it's great to it's nice to see you guys being here at this time. Let's see, Shirley, hey, Carmen Chameleon, howdy, hello, and Cowboy, I see a gun hat. Yeah, that's Clover. I mean, right now, as of now, I'm kind of happy with the result that I'm getting from Clover. The only thing that kind of bugs me a bit is mostly the shading and possibly the eyes, but maybe I'm just being too judgmental, or maybe I'm thinking too much, but for now, it's all right. Eventually, like later down the line, once I spend more time with it, I'll find some elements I can fix. I know it's Clover. It gets called Gun Hat at some point. Oh. Honestly, to be honest, I actually never played the game, so I'm a little out of the loop on the whole context and in jokes on that. I mean, maybe one day I should play the game. If you guys are up to it, I mean, I could definitely play along with you guys and just see how it goes. Because, I mean, always wanted to try something new. All right, but besides that, all right. So when it comes to updates and events, I mean, there isn't really anything out of the ordinary at this point. It's just how it is. And I'll go the usual routine. So during these live sessions, we're gonna do like a 1 hour. 1 hour short session what I call rounds. So I'll sketch or draw for 60 minutes. we'll do a 15-minute break, and we'll keep on repeating until I have enough. Simple as that. Now for today's planned milestone, right now, right now we're gonna do like a 1-hour warm up, and with that, I have this sketch prompt right here of Oswald Cullen. I drew this last week, and I want to spend more time with it, just refining it, cleaning up some bits, and just making it look good as possible before the final release, possibly next Tuesday. And if I have some extra time, then I might switch over to my sketchbook and maybe add some extra bits on those. So it all depends how it goes. But after the warm-up, we're going to get straight to the character design, and ideally, but for today's milestone, we should have at least a character kind of like fleshed out and all that jazz. So that's pretty much it. And so I'm just going to put this away, have the camera zoom in, and we'll just begin. And I figure for today we're going to tone it down. We're going to tone it down just a bit and not go a little too crazy with just want to take it down a notch with music, so I figure this will do. Okay. So right now, at this point, I want to try and clean up like all the excess that I left behind, and maybe fix up some lines, maybe add some details on the machine. Oh, and with the remaining time that I have, I might actually just refine the lines, and it should go from that point. All right, let's see. Debating if which pencil I should use for this. I say for now, I'm just going to just clean up all these excess because they're bugging me just a bit. Yeah, I never like seeing sketches that has like a lot of excess and extra dirt on the stuff, because it usually makes it kind of like unprofessional. So I figure just simply getting the stuff like cleaned out first, just so it makes me like a lot less doesn't irk me as much. I figure while I'm doing this, I might as well just talk about something I just watched. So just last night, I happened to visit IMAX, and I heard about the new Joker movie that just came out. Was it Joker A Fleur de Deux? I think that's the title. And I know I talked to some people earlier how they kind of warned me about how the new Joker movie isn't that bad, is pretty bad. And I remember witnessing like a bunch of videos on YouTube. People are just simply like demolishing the movie itself, like saying that it kind of killed the franchise. And usually on stuff like this, I'm at that point where I just I try my best not to get too caught up with like the hate bandwagon and like already have an opinion set or an expectation set, just to bash on it later on. Like, I'm at the point where I just don't want to do that. I just want to just simply just relax and just consume the media under a fresh set of eyes, essentially. So that's exactly what I did. I heard people say that the movie isn't that good, and they kind of warned me that it's kind of like a big disappointment, a letdown from the first one. So again, I just simply took it as it is. I don't really dig much deeper. And last night, I just simply stepped in and just watched it. I didn't buy anything. I didn't buy like popcorn, didn't buy drinks or anything. Just sat down, just simply shut the fuck up, and just let the movie play. I watched the 9 p.m. screening, the last screening of the day. So the positive is I was able to view the movie without any sort of distractions or people around. And surprisingly, during that time, only maybe 4 or 5 people showed up. So that was a bit of an interesting thing. All right. Of course, I cannot tell you that I don't want to spoil you guys the movie in case you guys do want to see it, but I will tell you that now that I've been able to digest what I just saw and to simply collect my thoughts on the whole film, personally, I actually do not hate the movie. I actually don't. In fact, I kind of enjoy what I was presented from the film itself. Now, of course, I know why people are upset. I know why people are upset with the film, because compared to the first film, I mean, that film itself is kind of like at this point, it's kind of like a masterpiece at this point. Like, everything in that film is correct, from the tone, the atmosphere, the conflict, like everything. Oh, and of course the humor. Like, everything was made that movie great is top notch, and there's no doubt about it. This film itself, I know people warned that it's a musical, so when I heard about that, I decided to try my best not to view the movie as the next Joker or based on the first tone of the film. Instead, I just tried to keep an open mind and to see exactly where they're taking the direction of the film itself. And while people complain about the musical part, I would actually say that the musical element of the film, considering the context and what's happening, what led to that decision, it kind of makes sense. Now, I know one of the criticisms people say is that during the musical part, it just simply comes out of nowhere. Like, the timing of the musical makes no sense. There are parts of the film that I will admit it is a bit off. Oh, before I continue on, I'll just simply say the whole plot, without spoiling too much, the whole plot of the entire film is kind of like an aftermath from the first film. It's kind of like a big reflection over the impact he has left from the first film itself. The people he killed, to essentially the environment that he left behind during the incident that all led to where he is now. So that's essentially what it is. And of course, you have the other character who is supposed to be Zoe Quinn, essentially tries to woo the Joker, and I would say between the two, like how she tries to get along with the Joker, it's kind of like an interesting take on it. So if you're expecting like the traditional dynamic between the two, I think you might be a bit disappointed at that part. But that's besides that. Okay, but back to the musical. Like, again, I understand why people were upset of it, like why people were like a little bit conflicted by it. But again, like I said, I just feel like the film itself kind of makes sense by the whole point of it. The best comparison I can make with the whole musical element mixed in with the whole dark tone of it is A Lesson of Dark. It was have to keep typing this because let me see. There's another film Dance in the Dark. There's another film that I watched in the past called Dance in the Dark, directed by Lars von Trier, who is actually, and of course the main actor is Bjork, the singer Bjork. And reason why I brought that up is because Dance in the Dark has that similar element, minus the insane asylum for a bit, but it has that similar atmosphere, like very, very dark, very has a very depressing plot line. But the musical element in that film, specifically Dance in the Dark, is supposed to be kind of like the fantasy version of how she sees reality, because the reality around her, people just simply try to fuck her up. So this is her way of coping in some way. So in that context, from where she was, it makes sense. I won't say too much about the film, but I would say there is a message that's been told time and time again in the film, and if you want my advice, if you do watch the movie, if you don't want to leave the room or end the movie feeling depressed, I would highly suggest hearing exactly what she says, because there's a critical line that she mentions in the movie, which I would suggest taking good advice in that. I'm not going to tell you exactly what it is, but you will know. But that's the point. The point is, Joker 2 is kind of like Dance in the Dark. So I came out with that. So I ended up coming in with that expectation, and that's how I ended up feeling not as disappointed as many people hope. And in all honesty, I feel like most of the hatred from people came from people who kind of expect the film to be exactly like the Joker. So when they realize that the film is the complete opposite of what they want, I think that's where most of the hatred comes from. But besides that, besides that one major element, everything else in the film it's fine. Like the whole atmosphere, the whole plot point, the whole characters, and essentially the whole setting, it's still Joker. So I actually never had a problem with the film. But other than that, I had a good time with it, and I honestly don't I don't understand why people were so upset about the film itself. That's what I'm gonna say in that point. I'll just say this is going to be like a bit of a side thing. Usually when it comes to films themselves, especially sequels, especially if it's like from a beloved franchise on that, I tend to be very flexible over the decisions people make on certain films. Like for example, people talk a lot of smack about the Star Wars prequels, like the episode 1, 2, 3. I came from the time like way after the original 3, so I never understood like the whole hatred towards it. Of course, the first 3 films aren't like masterpiece compared to the originals. I understood that, but I never felt like angry or upset about the first 3. Like in fact, I kind of enjoyed it, and I feel like it's good in its own ways. That's how I felt throughout the first 3. But of course, there are some films. I know that only one film I ever felt kind of upset because they handled the IP so poorly would have to be Matrix 4. That's like the only film that made me extremely upset, and like I was actually very close to the point that I wanted to walk out of the film because that film was so badly made. Like it just felt like one big bad fanfic. Like they just throw in all the bad tropes and all the bad elements without having any additional substance or reason behind it. So that's I try to be very flexible. I try to be very understanding with films, especially when they take a more interesting direction. But of course, I have my limits over how far they can take it. I know I'm like all over the place with this whole thing, but just viewing the people's hatred over the second Joker kind of reminds me of previous films who tries their best to. It reminds me of like previous films that they had like a groundbreaking like first trilogy or the first film, and when the second film or a second trilogy of that franchise tries a different direction, people will end up being extremely upset for the most like simplest reasons. Of course, there are some legit reasons why people will get upset. I get that. I mean, maybe there's a film. Maybe if I watched the upcoming Disney films of Star Wars, I would be upset. Maybe, but I feel like people just. I feel like people are kind of like expecting like. I feel like people are kind of building themselves, like building this unrealistic expectation on things. That's how I see it. I don't know. Maybe I'm just being like too naive, but just feel like people are expecting way too much on things, on stuff like that. Maybe it's just me, but that's how I see it. I would say I did actually grab some posters on my way out. So eventually, after this, I'll show you what I got. Yeah, I know this is like a bit of a ramble on this point, but it's just something that I've been thinking about for some time. All right. Okay, what I want to do now is, now that got most of it cleaned out, what I want to do at this point is, I'm going to just simply add details of like the screws and stuff like that, and see how far I go with that point. Let's take care of this part. I already mentioned this point earlier, but I'll just say I thought I might as well repeat this again. Now it's like, for what I witnessed lately, especially with media, I feel like I find like this kind of interesting, where there's kind of like this new. It's always been a thing, but now people are now recognizing it. It's like whenever there's like a franchise or a TV show where people ends up finding like very problematic, like either the direction they put is like so out there, or it's like maybe maybe there's a politic in there that they don't agree with, or maybe there's like someone involved in the project that they don't agree with. They go in this weird tirade of going like this sort of like hate watch or hate play on the game, like kind of watching it to hate on it. Honestly, hopefully, I mean, I hope you guys can help me on this, but it's like, I personally don't understand what's the benefit behind that. Like, what's kind of like the reason for that person to lash out to like a piece of media or project that they know they're not going to like? Like, is it a sensation of hatred that they want out of it, or is it more of like curiosity of understanding like exactly what, like more of a curiosity thing? Because at this point, I feel like people are like watching things just for the sake of being angry of it. And for that, I personally do understand the benefit behind that. Like, is hating is like going mad over that one thing will help you on being a better writer or something? Like, I personally don't know. Reason why I brought it up is because, like I said, I am usually not very picky with films and stuff like that. And if it's a film that I do like, then I will keep watching it. But usually, if it's a film that I get bored or irritated by, whether it's the film is not well written or stuff like that, usually I just simply just walk away and just don't think too much of it. I just simply stop watching. Because it's not just this. It's not just a new Joker movie that people tend to have like a huge hatred, like go on the hate bandwagon. Is I see this trend happening in the past, where I remember the era when the I remember the era when the Ghostbusters film, the one featuring like the all-female cast came out. That was like a very hot button topic at the time. And when this anime came out called High Garden Spice came out, people end up having like this sort of like hatred towards it. Like when it first came out, like when it was just announced, people like has like a huge hate boner towards it. And I mean, sure, it's fun to laugh. Like, I'd say like if you on stuff like that, like if you're, I feel like at that point, like if you're gonna watch something that you know it's gonna be bad, or you know that you're not gonna like it, I feel like the best approach of it is just simply laugh at it and maybe just have a good time with it. I think that's the best I think that's like the best decision to do at that point. Because again, I don't see the whole point of watching something just to be angry of it. I think at this point I'm kind of rambling the point, so I'm just going to stop talking. But again, this whole issue that I'm seeing now kind of reflects back to those eras. Maybe I'm just being too naive. Maybe I'm just being dumb from this point, but that's kind of my take on it. Alright, what I'm doing now is I want to try and get these parts in. These are like rubber stuffs, so I figured I might as well just include them in this illustration. Well, sketch, I'm sorry. Granted, it's not the best looking, but for now, it'll do. Okay, we're about to enter the first half of the. We're about to enter like the first half of the round, so let's see, what else can I add? All right, let's take care of this part. All right, gonna take care of this part. Okay, so that's how you do it. I guess that I'll add this one last bit before I conclude this topic. Years ago, I used to be on that similar path where I would hate watch content or like like a YouTuber or like a piece of media, knowing that I'm gonna hate it, yet I do it. I guess I remember when I did that at the time, I felt like I guess in a way, I think why people just do that is if they view the media that they hate, they will get an understanding exactly why they dislike that particular thing. And honestly, to this day, I still don't know why I did that at the time. But I remember during that period, I remember feeling extremely miserable because of it. Because I mean, just consuming stuff you know that you're not gonna like, it's like at this point, like, what's the even point of it? Like, isn't entertainment, isn't like this media stuff you're supposed to have fun with? Isn't that the whole point? So at that point, it's like, why, if you're watching stuff to make you angry, what's the whole point? And I think because of that, it kind of led me to just simply realize it's like, yeah, I think instead of wasting my time being angry or giving people the attention they don't deserve, I figured to simply just do stuff that I like. I don't know. Maybe that's how maybe it's like a simple way of thinking, but that's how I see it. All right, end of the discussion. I don't want to get too riled up at that point. Okay. Yeah, I'm just thinking exactly how I want to do this. Okay. All right, this contraption is coming together pretty well. I'm gonna spend more time just like the. Oh, and there goes my pencil. I feel like these things keep falling off lately. I need to fix. I need to deal with that. Fix that at some point. All right, let's see. Gonna add the wire up here just so it's out there. Oh yeah. So we're gonna go down here, and I'm going to adjust just this part, like the feet of the contraption of the machine. There we go. I mean, granted, it's not like pristine or exactly like. I mean, I could go like a little further and just go like exactly like go like pristine, but with the tools I have, I mean, you can only do so much. So I'm not going to spend too much time on that part. And this thing has a slight curve, so let's establish that. There we go. All right. got this point right here. And let's see. I figured lately with these sketches, while I have been enjoying like getting exactly the details I want on certain prompts, like the embroidery machine to this contraption, I have been enjoying that. I feel like lately I've been kind of compromising them a bit just for the sake of speed, because sure, I mean, I can spend a good amount of time on one particular prompt and just go full crazy with it. However, part of me feels like that time and energy could be spent on the illustration phase rather than the sketch phase, because yeah, I mean, I can make the best sketch possible, but at the end of the day, it's going straight to like Photoshop or some digital place. So it's like I could do it, but I feel like that time could be cut dramatically if I just simply transfer over to set software. And that's something I've been thought about for that's something I have thought for some time. It's like, yeah, I mean, like, again, I do enjoy doing this, but I feel like I should be smarter with my time on exactly where I should go. I mean, would there be like a simple will there be a prompt if I of me just simply going like crazy with details backwards and some of that? Of course, there will be, but unfortunately that's not like the time I have now. It's something that I've realized lately ever since I made those illustrations and the previous prompts I've done. It's like I had a good time making them, but something back in my head realized that as much as I love doing them, I have to realize that I'm only one guy and I got to make sure that I get everything else done in time. I mean, it's both good and bad, because it's good because it makes you, I guess that kind of forces you to be disciplined and realize that you don't have like you have like a specific time and you got to ensure that you hit that deadline and you get a move on so you can make better stuff. But of course at the same time makes you kind of feel bad because like you have to do like this certain sketch on a certain time, otherwise you can't otherwise you get left behind. So it's kind of like a bit of a pressure, but also a balance between the two. But it's something I've been handling. I feel like I've been handling pretty better as time goes by. All right, let's see. All right, I'm switching tracks. Let's go with Black Sand. And these tracks are from a YouTube channel goes by the name Obsidian Soundfield. So if you guys wanted to listen more of this, uh, there it is. That's the channel. Yeah, I figured I'll also just zoom out a bit. There we go. All right, it's coming together pretty well. All that's left is up here. So I feel like I made this a little too dramatic, so I'm going to tone down the amount of creases from this. Yeah, there we go. It's getting a little closer so I can see this part. There we go. might give myself 5 more minutes because I want to spend those last minutes on getting the shading of the machine, and that should be it. Yeah, I figured it's gonna come here. All right, I figured this time I'll just add the shading on the machine, maybe last bit of details, and that should be it. I figure with this, we're going to switch up pencils. Just a moment. Just wanted to check something. All right, I'll come back on that just a moment. Oh, almost forgot something. Yeah, step hard. Right. Um, oh yeah, so there's a piece of metal back here. Figured. What else can I add? Yeah, I figure might as well just have him with the hair like all that. Oh yeah, one last bit. What it's this guy. There we go. All right, just gonna take my time on this. See how far I can go. All right. 20 seconds. Okay. All right, so let me just zoom out, and this is the result we got. I mean, I'd say for an hour, I did manage to clean up a good amount from this piece, but I feel like this is enough to be shown public. So I'll let you guys have a good look on this while I add some quick shading on this part. But yeah, I mean, for what it is, I mean, I'm pretty happy with what I got. Let's add maybe this part. Oh, let's not forget darken this part, but still kind of happy with the results in it. Nope. Yeah, we'll go with this. So expect this to be published next Tuesday. So yeah. Oh, and there we go. Okay, we're gonna take a 15-minute break, and we'll move on to the main thing. I figured during break time, we might as well just start getting things ready for the main thing. And while I'm doing that, I must also do the usual shoutouts to the people who just who hopped in. So, Anna Draymond, Hikari, Karma Chameleon 425, and Chile Vega. Thank you for still sticking around. Yeah. So right now I'm just simply getting things ready for the next prompt, as I mentioned. In about 7-8 minutes, we're gonna head straight to it. So. That. Yep, I figured. Right now the thing is still loading up, so I figure I might as well use this time to do something else while we wait. So. Yeah, let's go. Let's go something like that. Here we go. Yeah, nothing too crazy, nothing like groundbreaking in the moment, just something to fill the time. Oh. Let's see. All right. All right. We got something. So let me take care of that very quick. There we go. All right, let's do this while we wait. Okay. I'm going to do this. Yeah, something like that. And we'll just zoom in. Yeah, let's add like a couple fins down here. And yeah, let's zoom out so you can see it. Lately, I've been trying to at least draw one prompt a day, even if it's like the dumbest prompt I can think of. I wanted to try at least do that, just so I have that, just so I can keep myself disciplined and ensure that, yeah, it's all good. So. Okay. I mean, it's something simple, nothing too crazy. Yeah, I don't want to just sit around and just be bored all day, so yeah, something. All right, let's get to the main thing. So let's. All right, there it is. So as mentioned, this is again, this is a commission for someone IRL, so I figured I might as well just do it. So this one is going to be a character design for someone. I'll explain more like during break time, but for this round, I'm not going to expect. I'm sorry. For this round, it's just going to mostly be blocking, just getting like the flow and understanding like what details I want for the character itself. So that's kind of like the main idea I want to do this time. So there's that. I'm just gonna add one more reference just so I have it up here. Okay. Yeah, for 1 hour we'll just do something real quick. We'll just block this out and just see how far we go. And of course we'll just use like the basic pencil because yeah, why not? Question is exactly what silhouette would I choose for this one? So that's gonna be a challenge. Yeah, I'm just debating. Like, I'm gonna go with this and see what I can do. I'm gonna go with this and see how far I go. I'm not gonna make the same mistake I did with Aikukiku, where I made the body too big to the point that the entire body doesn't fit the entire canvas. So I want to make sure for this one, I have the entire character fit in the canvas itself. So that's the goal. So we're gonna add. So right now I'm just gonna be blocking, just getting like the idea of it out, kind of like this. Nothing too crazy at the moment. Just want to have it out there. I figured, let's have something a little more. I don't want to have the character like on a sideways. I want to have it like more face forward so we can actually see the entire thing. So we're gonna do that. So we're gonna do. Have it right there. Have it right there. It's at the neck, just so it's there. And shoulders. I want to have a bit of a 3/4 view, but I don't want it to be like so like on the side because I still want to establish like the outfit because that's gonna be the important thing. So I'm gonna do that and. Later down the line, hey Aiko, I've been lurking for just a little bit. I'm just about to head to sleep. Keep it up. Thank you, thank you, Bannerant, and I appreciate it for sticking by. Have a good night. Gonna do that, and I'd say we're going to have it like this. So. Yeah, so the hairstyle is kind of more like that direction. So I know it's gonna be a little. Yeah, so this character is actually is a female character. Um, yeah, I figure I'll explain like the process over this. So I'll explain. I'll show more during break time, but for now I can explain. For this process, for this commission, the my Arrow friend asked me to kind of redraw his character that he wants a commission of. So what happened was he commissioned someone online. Someone was kind of desperate for money, and this person was asking for emergency commissions. And he decided to be nice and allow this person to draw his character. And the character that he has is a mix between like the AI generated from the like back in Dolly 1, like a very very early version of AI generated, and he just wants at least someone to at least draw the character and establish it itself. And apparently what happened was he paid $150 for the character itself, and the end result was kind of, let's just say he wasn't satisfied for the price he paid. So he kind of went out, he was a little disappointed and asked for like a redraw, which unfortunately never came to be. And so I figured just to help him out, I figured why not just I step in and try and help him out. This has been a project I've been wanting to do for some time, and now I'm finally able to do it. But I'd say for my first commission, this will be quite an interesting thing to do. So already it's a good start. Yeah, I don't want to bash people. Like, actually, it's best I don't talk too much about it. It's like, let's just say, I'm doing this because I want to help him out, and from what he showed me from the commission, like how much he paid, I just felt kind of bad. So I just want to try and see what I can do with this. So in a way, it's kind of like both challenging on my part and just see what I can do with the character. Okay, so All right, let's give it kind of like that. I'm not going to give the mouth because that's what the original characters and I have that. So we're going to go with it. We're going to go with that. All right, so he wants armor plates, so like that. I'm going to add like an extra tunic on the bottom to see where I can go with that. All right, let's reflect back to the... Okay, okay. So it's on that side. So we're not... I figure we'll just reflect back. I'm going to switch the shoulder plate on this side and see where it goes. So I figured, based on the reference itself, uh, there's like three main colorways: black, white, and gold. So what I'm gonna do is, and also the tunic has like two layers. One is like the top jacket, and the other one is like the flowy kind of is like flowy bottom. So that's something I want to establish. When it comes to footwear, I'm debating exactly what type of footwear this character should have. Whether it should be sandals, whether it should be like boots. I'm debating on that part. So I'm not gonna go into it just yet, but I have like an idea of exactly where this could go. I figured the face, I mean the head itself is kind of established because honestly there isn't really much I can work with on that part. But what I want to really pay attention the most is like the garment itself because I know that'll be like the extremely detailed part later on. Um, yeah, for now, like I said, I just want to just block this out and just get like an idea, like an understanding of exactly where I want to go with this guy, with this girl. Yeah, it's a female. I know you guys are upset about that. That just came out wrong. Uh, let's forget what I just said. But yeah, I'm just debating. I'm just trying to get an understanding of exactly like how the garment should flow, where the placement should be, that sort of thing. All right. Um, we can tone up a bit with the song. So let's see. Okay, maybe not tone up too much, but let's something. Okay, I have an idea of how I can do with that. I figure it makes more sense if it's like not as protruding, but we can exaggerate just a bit. Apologies for not speaking much at this time. Right now, I'm kind of like focused exactly where I want to go with this character, because the thing I want to try on this character is I want to have like I want to experiment a bit of asymmetry, along with getting like an understanding of exactly how to really establish a character that's kind of interesting and presentable in a way. So I'm just thinking of ways of how I can do that. Whoops. All right. Um. Yeah, I'm gonna experiment with sandals for her. Um, yeah, let's keep it one way. Give me 1 minute. I just want to see something. Yeah, right now I'm just debating exactly what footwear the character should have. So I'm just going back and forth between designs to just see exactly where I want to go for this direction. Yeah, I'm slowly getting there. Just need some time to find exactly that one design I'm looking for. You know what? For now, I'm going to do a temporary design down here, and if there's something I like better, I will just switch to that because I don't want to waste too much time. Yeah, just gonna adjust this down so you can see it. For now, it's slowly coming together. Of course, I can't be too confident this time because um, design-wise, I mean, this is one thing, but later when I get details, it's something I gotta be really careful of. Now I'm gonna keep. Okay, so right now the shoes are temporary. Maybe I might keep them, maybe not. I know this is like a little awkward considering the given design that I have her, but I mean later down the line I can always just switch footwear if I have to. But this is feel like the most plausible design I have at the moment. Um, what I want to do is I want to add like layers down the bottom of the tunic, so in her jacket I want to have like some armor because that's what is shown from the reference I got. I mean, so far it's coming together, but I'm starting to raise some doubts. All right, we got 11 minutes left, so with the remaining time I have, I'm going to fix some last bits, and we'll just go from there. All right, I figure with the remaining time I have, I'm going to do some last minute details, and we'll do some last minute details, and we can go back and reflect exactly where we can go next. Okay. Um. Yeah. Let's start refining bits of this. Hmm. Yeah. Right now, I'm like a little bit conflicted because the kimono is supposed to come out right there, but I don't understand. Like, I'm sorry, the kimono is coming like on the side of the character, yet this flap is that way. So I'm kind of like a little confused and trying to understand exactly where to go on that direction. Let me try. Okay, okay. So in that case, we can have it like that. Okay, time's up. So this is the end of round 2, and this is the result I have so far. I mean, for now, like, just as the, for now, just like blocking and like the rough design of the outfit, I feel like he's getting there. Of course, I need to do the hand. The biggest issue, okay, so I'll explain in just a moment, but like once again on break, I'll show you like what I have to work with. So during the commission, he told me that one of the requirements he wants the character to have like sort of like an Oriental kimono type of garment. The first attempt someone did, I'll explain later, but that's the direction that he wants. Second, he wants to have armor on the shoulder plates, like right there. So that's kind of like the challenge in itself. However, while designing the based on the references that he gave me, there were some conflicting elements that made me kind of question exactly where to go, like the kimono flow, like kimono flow down here to this element right here. The shoes I did, like, for now, this is like an interpretation, like this is kind of like a temporary thing. Maybe I'll keep it, maybe not. The pants, I feel like I kind of nailed it down because that's kind of like what I'm going for. Jacket, I mean, it's kind of as is. I feel like I did what I need to do on that point, but for now, like just for blocking, it's kind of, I feel like I got it. Later down the line, it's got to get details on this part, maybe the decal, like maybe the pattern of this layer right here along with this layer. But I mean, for now, it's kind of, it's getting there. Not perfect, but it's getting there. All right, we're going to break, and in a moment, I'm just going to show you exactly what I have to work with. For now, I'm just going to leave this up here. Yeah, feel free to suggest things or tell me what things you feel like could be fixed. I'll be right back. Apologies about that. Okay. I figure I might as well show you this. This is the poster I got from the when I was at IMAX. It's a cute poster. I brought a couple just in case. I'm not sure when I'm gonna hang it up. Maybe I just need to get a frame for it. But before we get to the next round and we start detailing more of the character, I figured. Whoa. I figured using this time to just show like behind the scenes exactly this. So right now we have so when it comes to the character itself, this is what I had to work with. We began with just this thing. This is how it first came to be from the guy. He generated this from Dolly Mini like a couple years ago, and he kind of beloved this design ever since. And until recently, he wants to design the character. He wants to have the character established. So he ended up commissioning someone who asked for emergency commissions for this. He paid like 120 for this, and let's say he wasn't. On one hand, he is all right with it, but he wasn't not what he expected. So he decided to ask me like if I could take a spin with whole design. So right now the references I got right now to work with is both this and this thing right here. But yeah, both are AI generated. That's how he did it. So I figured to try and make something out of these two. So what I did is what he wants the face and the head of this design, and he wants the outfit of this design itself. Now, on one hand, it's no problem. I ended up doing it, but there were some challenges I faced while I was designing it. Of course, since it's AI generated and this is like one of the early versions, there are some slight errors that you might pick up, like the flow of the kimono to details of this right here. Like there's some like weird errors on this that I had to really establish. So I figured, so I ended up having to look at multiple references to ensure that I had to look at multiple references to ensure that what I'm doing, it makes sense. Let's say that. So yeah, that's kind of what I had to work with. So with the last 3 minutes, I'm going to grab some additional references on certain pieces, and we'll keep going. I'll do the usual shout-outs to the people who are still sticking around. So we got Annie Draymond and Shelly Vega. I appreciate you two for still sticking around for today. So we'll keep going. Well, in a moment. You know, on one hand, I like Pinterest, but on the other hand, I really hate it because just the moment you're about to select something that you gotta need, it just immediately throws you into like Amazon or Shein because it's an ad. I mean, it's kind of very annoying. I kind of wish it doesn't do that. Yeah, right now I'm just simply gathering additional stuff for round 2. How much time? Oh, it's over. Okay. Let me find one more piece of reference, and then I'll keep going. Hang on, I just found some additional stuff, so just give me 1 minute. Okay, almost. And okay, we're gonna work. I'm gonna have these stuff for now. Let's get a move on. So timer restarts and we'll move on. I figured with this time now, I'm going to, let's see. I'm going to begin starting to make some adjustments and fix up some bits. Starting with here. Yeah, I figured this will help. So we're going to do that, and I figured to make this this drawing look a little more interesting, I figured to establish the shoes a little bit more. All right, that's fixed up for now. All right, now we can pick up the pace a bit. We've been a little slow lately, so I figured we could pick it up a bit. So let's try. Let's give this a shot. Hmm. Yeah, I'm gonna go up here and I'm gonna take care of the armor. Um, I'm just simply debating exactly how I should design this, so it's gonna be a little tricky. right, let's try. Let's try this. I'm gonna do this on one side and ignore this part. I'm gonna keep this, but I figured this would make a little more sense, I guess. Well, I'm not going to think too much about this. I'm going to just going to move on. I'm gonna keep this as this. I don't want to go too crazy with myself. Might take some liberties in this part. Let's see. You know, I'm switching tracks because this one's not good.
House music. House music. House music.
Yeah, let's go with this. For now, it's just something to have there. I figured it's the best time to pick it up a bit because for not to fall asleep. All right, let's see. Um, for now, we'll just leave that there. I'd say let's start refining this part. All right. We can play around with this idea. How about that? Yeah, I think this is something we can play around with, kind of like that. And I feel like for today, I think this might be the last round because um, I feel like with something like this, I mean, I can get like the basic like idea of it out, but I might need some time of my own to get more of the details. Because I figured that once we get to the details, it's going to be really, really time consuming. So I don't want to waste too much. I want to make this like a total like silent fest. So I'm going to keep on going and just finalize all of like the high big details, and then just go from there. Yeah, at this point, I'm not gonna go too. I'm not gonna think too much about details. It's just get the silhouette, like get the main details and layers all in, and I'll take care of the details on my end another time. Let's take care of the armor. All right, let's see. Let's see. Yeah, let's try and add the kind of like kind of like the wrap of the thing. All right, we got 17 minutes left, so let's try and make this look good. Yeah, I figured the character might be wearing something like this because, I mean, considering with all the armor, you want to have the character to like be flexible as you can. So it's kind of like the thought process I have. Of course, having layers is always fun because you can always just add in more and more and more. Um, Granted, this is my first time doing this kind of stuff, so I'm still kind of new. But I mean, I'm doing the best. I'm working on the best I can on this. I mean, we could play. I mean, that's kind of one way to play a race around. Let's try this.
Jumped off the boat and into the jungle. We cranked up the volume and marched to our own drum. Many nasty things could await me. Noah's discipline had to be maintained. Sounds carried incredibly far in the jungle. Had it been heard by any bad boys? Screams stopped.
Go, let's do this. At this point, just kind of playing the idea of the pattern. May not be the final one, but hey, I mean, it's worth playing around to see what you can do with it. Usually with the garments that I tend to draw, it's usually based on actual existing garments. And for a while, I mean, they've been working for some time, but this is like the first time where I kind of have the force, where I kind of have to just simply create one from scratch. So on one hand, it's kind of interesting because it gives me like an idea of gives me more freedom, but at the same time, it's kind of like what can you really do at that point? But I mean, I feel like I'm slowly working this out. You know, I figured for this part we can just get rid of this design, and we can. I apologize for the lack of announcement today, because in one way this is kind of interesting because this is my first time getting like a proper commission, and in a way, getting like an understanding of the whole thing. But at the same time, it is kind of challenging because, again, I have never done like kimono design before, so I'm just kind of learning as I go along, honestly. Yeah, I think at this point we can stop here. Um, yeah, so this is kind of the end of round 3. I was just gonna spend like a bit more time on this, and I can just wrap this all up. I mean, for now, as a rough... I mean, for now, it's like a rough draft. I mean, it is what it is. It's not bad. I mean, it's okay. Not good, not bad. It's just getting there. So while I did fix up like the shoes, like details of the garment here and there, as of now, like I said, draft, it's okay. I have a feeling that later down the line, once I actually refine like all the details of the lining from the armor to like the shading of the kimono itself, like here and there, that's when it starts to get a little challenging. But I feel like at that point, I feel like from now on, I'm gonna handle this on my end. Because I feel like once I get like really into the details and all like the major things, that will take me the most time. And if I do this live, it'll just be mostly like 3 hours of me silent because I have to get like really close in detail of this part. But I mean, for what it is, like I said, the fact that I'm able to get all this in one page, like the whole character itself, that's great. Nothing much I can really add, honestly. It's just this is an interesting challenge, and I'm glad I'm able to do this. But it does kind of, I mean, this does make me think like exactly what I need to do later on. So, oh well. I mean, I'll take care of the rest of this on my end later on, but. I think that'll be it for today. I appreciate you guys for sticking around. I know this hasn't been like much of a interesting or exciting session. I know, but I will say this Friday there'll be another live session, but this time it'll be Kiku version 1.1. Actually a redo because I was happy. Well, the previous version that I made, which was, let's see. Well, the previous version I've made is not bad. I mean, I know I keep saying the word. I enjoy it. I had a good time drawing this. However, I want to have it at least the full body established. So that's what we'll be doing this Friday. But I mean, for now, like as is, it's not. I mean, it's okay. Nothing much I can really add, but I'll just do the final shoutouts and we'll conclude for tonight. So let's see, we got Annie Draymond and Shirley Vega. I appreciate you two for still sticking around. I mean, like I said, I apologize. This hasn't been much of an exciting session. I know, but hopefully you had a good. Hopefully you at least had a good snippet, like a good view of this character. So. Maybe in a couple weeks, maybe in 2 weeks or 3 weeks, this should be done and you will see the final results. But until then, thank you for sticking around for today's session, and I'll see you on Friday. So until then, have a good night.